Chapter 1. The Norman Mansion was a place filled with noise, lights, and too much laughter. To outsiders, it was the perfect picture of wealth and elegance. People looked at the Norman family and saw beauty, money, and power. But behind those heavy doors, one daughter lived like a ghost in her own home. Alice Norman was the youngest, the one who didn't shine as brightly as her sisters. Her sisters, Arabella, Nova, and Crystal, were beautiful by society's standards. They had smooth, pale skin, silky hair, and sparkling blue eyes that made them the center of every gathering. Alice was different. Her darker skin stood out in a family that valued fairness. Her curly hair was wild and untamed, unlike her sister's sleek, straight locks. Her face carried the marks of stubborn acne that never seemed to leave, and her eyes, one brown, one gray, made her the target of endless ridicule. It wasn't that Alice wasn't pretty. She had features that could make her striking if anyone cared to look past her imperfections. However, no one in the Norman household ever attempted it. Her parents ignored her most days, and her sisters found new reasons daily to remind her of what she lacked. Alice learned early to hide. She wore a face mask whenever she was around her family, a plain black one that covered her cheeks and nose. It was her shield. Behind it, she could pretend no one saw her, pretend that her sisters' laughter bounced off instead of cutting deep. Even at home, she didn't remove it. Not when her sisters could appear at any moment, ready to make her feel small. That night was no different. Dinner had ended in the grand dining hall. The chandelier sparkled above as her family chatted about business and parties. Alice had taken her seat at the far end, quiet as always, pushing food around her plate. Nobody noticed when she left early, not even her parents. She climbed the staircase to her room, her mask still in place. The wide hallway was lined with portraits of her sisters, all painted in expensive oil colors. Alice's portrait had never been commissioned. Why would it? Who would hang the face of a girl who didn't fit the Norman image? Her room was small compared to the others, tucked at the end of the hall like an afterthought. She stepped inside and closed the door behind her, breathing in the silence she craved. The walls were covered with sketches, designs, and colorful notes pinned across corkboards. Her desk overflowed with wires, screens, and half-built gaming prototypes. This was her world, the one place where her imagination didn't judge her. Alice dropped into her chair and pushed her mask up just enough to take a sip of water. She didn't dare take it off completely. Old habits clung too tightly. Her laptop screen glowed with a draft of her latest project, a fantasy game she had been building for months. She clicked through her notes, whispering softly to herself, "If I fix the coding on this level, the player can unlock the hidden map earlier." She typed quickly, her mind lost in the world she was creating. In her games, nobody cared about acne, curly hair, or mismatched eyes. In her games, the heroes came in every form, every skin tone, every shape. They were powerful not because they looked perfect, but because they dared to rise despite their flaws. Alice smiled faintly, a rare smile. Someday, she told herself, the world would know her name, not as the invisible Norman daughter, but as the creator of something extraordinary. A knock at the door startled her. She froze. Nobody ever knocked on her door. Before she could answer, the muffled sound of giggling drifted from the hallway. Arabella's voice was loudest. "Can you believe Alice thinks she can make video games?" As if anyone would play something created by her, Arabella sneered. Nova's laugh followed, sharp and cruel. "Exactly. Who would want to look at her face, let alone her work? She should be grateful Dad doesn't force her to work in the basement," Crystal chimed in, her tone dripping with mock pity. "Maybe she thinks hiding behind that silly mask will make her ideas more believable. Poor Alice. She doesn't even realize how pathetic she looks." Their laughter echoed in Alice's chest like knives. She pressed her back against the door, gripping the handle as if it were the only thing holding her upright. Her throat tightened. She wanted to scream at them, to tell them they were wrong. But the words stuck, trapped by years of silence. The footsteps faded as her sisters walked away, still laughing. Ella slid down to the floor, hugging her knees. The glow from her laptop painted her room in a soft blue light, highlighting her mask. She buried her face in her arms. For years, she had tried to prove herself. She once mentioned her dream of designing games to her father. Richard Norman had looked at her as though she had suggested becoming a clown. "Nonsense," he said. "Normans run businesses, not play with childish things. You'll manage one of our departments, like your sisters." Her mother hadn't even glanced up from her wine glass. "You should be grateful you're part of this family. Stop chasing useless dreams." That was when Alice realized she was invisible. No matter what she did, she would never be good enough for them. Tears stung her eyes now, but she refused to let them fall. She was stronger than this. She had to be. If no one believed in her, she would believe in herself. Alice stood and walked back to her desk, forcing her hands to keep typing. The screen blurred through her tears, but she pushed forward. "One day," she whispered to the empty room. "One day, they'll see me," but deep inside, she wondered if that day would ever come. Outside her window, the city lights of California glimmered in the distance. Somewhere out there, people were chasing dreams and being seen. Alice wished she could be one of them. She didn't know that fate was already moving, quietly weaving her path towards someone who had once promised never to leave her. Someone who still remembered the girl who punched a bully just to protect him. And as Alice sat there, typing through her pain, the sound of a car pulling up to the mansion echoed faintly outside. She didn't hear it. She didn't see the shadow of a man standing at the gates, looking up at the Norman house with determined eyes, but soon she would. Chapter 2. High school was supposed to be a place where dreams began. For some, it was a world of football games, prom nights, and laughter echoing down brightly lit hallways. For others, it was survival. Ethan Osman knew that feeling too well. Ethan had always been different. His round cheeks, his chubby frame, and the thick glasses that slid down his nose made him an easy target. He never went a day without someone whispering fatty or loser as he walked past. His braces only added to the endless taunts, the metal glinting whenever he tried to hide his smile. That day had been no different. The lunch bell rang, sending the students rushing to the cafeteria. Ethan walked in alone, carrying his tray with quiet determination. His parents always packed him a homemade lunch, including sandwiches, fruit, and a slice of pie. Because his mother swore that sweets made the heart lighter, but Ethan never got to enjoy it in peace. "Look who it is," a tall boy sneered as Ethan tried to sit at the corner table. His name was Blake, captain of the basketball team, and self-proclaimed king of the school. With him were his usual followers, laughing before Blake even said anything. "Chubby Ethan, haven't you had enough food already?" Blake snatched the tray from Ethan's hands before he could sit. The laughter grew louder. "Give it back," Ethan mumbled, his voice barely audible. His face burned as he adjusted his slipping glasses. Blake lifted the sandwich and pretended to study it. "Turkey and cheese? No wonder you're fat. You should try a salad." He tossed the sandwich onto the floor. The cafeteria erupted with laughter. Ethan bent down quickly, but before he could pick it up, Blake's sneaker landed on the sandwich, smashing it flat. "Oops," Blake said with mock innocence. "Guess lunch is cancelled for you today." Ethan straightened, his fists clenched at his sides. He wanted to fight back, but the weight of all the eyes watching him pressed down like a stone. He hated this, hated the way his throat closed whenever he tried to speak up for himself. Just as Blake reached for Ethan's pie, a voice cut through the cafeteria. "Leave him alone." Every head turned toward the source. Alice Norman stood there, her face partly hidden by the oversized hoodie she always wore, her mask covering half of her face. Most students whispered about her, the weird Norman girl who never fit in, who was nothing like her glamorous sisters. She stayed out of sight most of the time, but now she walked straight toward Blake, her eyes burning with anger. Blake laughed. "What's this? His bodyguard? Or maybe his girlfriend?" More laughter followed, but Alice didn't flinch. She strode up to Blake and, without hesitation, punched him square in the jaw. The sound of the impact echoed. Blake stumbled back, holding his face in shock. The cafeteria went silent for a heartbeat before gasps and whispers filled the air. Alice's hand stung, but she didn't care. She bent down, picked up Ethan's crushed sandwich, and grabbed the pie before Blake could snatch it again. She thrust them back into Ethan's hands. "Here," she said firmly. "Don't let anyone take your food from you." Ethan stared at her, his mouth slightly open. No one had ever stood up for him like that. Blake, regaining his balance, spat angrily. "You're dead, freak." Alice straightened, her eyes narrowing behind her mask. "Touch him again and you'll regret it." Her voice was steady, strong. Blake's friends pulled him back, muttering that it wasn't worth it. Blake scowled but didn't press further. The cafeteria buzzed with disbelief. No one had ever dared challenge him, let alone Alice Norman, the girl everyone ignored. Alice ignored the whispers and sat across from Ethan at the empty table. She pulled out her own lunch, unwrapping a simple apple and a granola bar. "Here," she said, sliding the apple toward him. "Eat mine too." "You need it." Ethan blinked at her, still in shock. "Why did you do that?" he asked quietly. Alice shrugged. "Because someone had to." He looked at her closely. Most people avoided looking at Alice, whispering about her mask, her skin, her eyes. But Ethan noticed something different. Her voice carried strength, and her eyes, though mismatched in color, held a kindness that made his chest feel lighter. "You didn't have to," Ethan said. "Yes, I did," Alice replied. She took a bite of her granola bar and added, "You shouldn't let people treat you like that. You deserve better." Her words hit him harder than Blake's insults ever had. Nobody had ever said something like that to him. From that day forward, they began to sit together at lunch. At first, it was awkward, two outcasts sharing a table while the rest of the school ignored them. But slowly, the awkwardness melted away. Ethan discovered Alice loved video games. She would bring sketches of characters she designed, doodles on scraps of paper that looked better than anything he had seen online. One day, "I'm going to create a game that everyone in the world wants to play," Alice told him one afternoon. Her eyes sparkling with quiet determination. Ethan smiled, his braces glinting. "I believe you. You're amazing, Alice." Alice froze at that word, amazing. Nobody had ever called her that before. Her sisters called her ugly. Her parents acted like she didn't exist. But here was Ethan, saying it like it was the most natural truth in the world. They began to share everything. Their dreams, their secrets, their fears. Ethan admitted he hated mirrors because he didn't like what he saw in them. Alice confessed that she wore her mask not just to hide her acne, but also because it gave her the courage to face people. In each other, they found comfort. When the world was cruel, their little corner of the cafeteria became a safe haven. Days turned into weeks, and weeks into months. Their bond grew stronger, and though neither of them said it, they both felt it. Something more profound than friendship, something fragile yet powerful, blooming between them. One rainy afternoon, after school, they sat under the library's awning. The rain poured heavily, drumming against the roof. Ethan clutched his backpack, nervous. "Alice," he said softly. She turned to him, pulling her hood tighter around her face. "What is it?" He swallowed. "Thank you for everything. If you hadn't stood up for me that day, I don't know. I think I would have just kept letting them treat me like nothing." "You're not nothing," Alice said quickly, her tone fierce. "Don't ever say that again." Her conviction made his throat tighten. He nodded slowly, feeling warmth spread through his chest. Silence stretched between them, broken only by the rain. Then Ethan whispered, "I promise you something." Alice tilted her head. "What promise?" "I'll always be by your side. No matter what. Even if the whole world is against you, I'll be there." His voice shook slightly, but the words were steady. "You'll never be invisible to me." Alice's breath caught. Nobody had ever promised her anything before. Nobody had ever cared enough to. Her heart pounded. And for the first time in years, She felt seen, truly seen, but before she could respond, before she could tell him what his words meant to her, a sharp voice called from across the courtyard, "Ethan, let's go." It was his father, standing by the car with a stern expression. Ethan glanced back at Alice, torn. "I have to go," he said quickly, grabbing his bag. He stood, the rain splashing around his shoes. Alice looked up at him, her chest aching. "Ethan." He gave her a small smile, one that trembled but still held determination. "I meant what I said, Alice. I'll always be by your side." Always. He turned and ran through the rain toward the car. Alice watched him go, her heart both soaring and sinking at the same time. She didn't know that in just a few months, Ethan would disappear from her life, leaving only that promise echoing in her memory, and she didn't know how much those words would mean to her years later, when fate would bring them together again. Chapter 3. The summer after graduation should have been a season of hope for Alice Norman. For most of her classmates, it was a time of freedom, a chance to explore the world beyond the small high school hallways that had caged them for years. But for Alice, it was harder to feel that hope. She carried her fears like an invisible backpack, heavy, always there. Still, she wasn't entirely alone. She had Ethan. Through all the insults, the whispers, and the loneliness, Ethan had been her anchor. He was the boy who didn't laugh when she spoke, the boy who never flinched at her mask, the boy who had let her punch a bully for him and somehow turned that moment into a friendship that felt stronger than anything she had known. In Alice's small, shadowed world, Ethan had been the single light, but nothing lasted forever. It began one evening in July. They were sitting at their usual spot behind the library, a quiet corner shielded by tall hedges. Alice was sketching game characters in her notebook while Ethan munched on chips, the crinkle of the bag breaking the silence every so often. Ethan had been quieter than usual that day. His usually easy smile felt forced, and Alice noticed the way he avoided her eyes. She frowned and set her pencil down. "Spit it out," she said, tilting her head toward him. He hesitated, crunching down one last chip before brushing crumbs from his lap. "I'm moving." Alice's stomach dropped. The word hit her like a stone to the chest. She blinked at him, hoping she had misheard. "Moving? What do you mean, moving?" "My dad got a new job. He's been offered a promotion, but it's in another state. We're leaving at the end of the month." The air went cold around her. Alice swallowed hard, trying to make sense of his words. The end of the month, just weeks away. She gripped her notebook tightly, her knuckles pale. "And you're just telling me now?" Her voice cracked despite her attempt to keep it steady. Ethan rubbed the back of his neck. "I only found out last week. My parents wanted to make sure everything was final before they told me." Alice turned away, staring at the hedge as her chest tightened. The thought of him leaving, the only person who had ever stood by her, felt unbearable. Everyone else had always left her, ignored her, dismissed her. And now Ethan too. "You'll forget me," she whispered, the fear raw in her tone. Ethan's eyes widened, and he shook his head firmly. "No, never. Alice, you're my best friend. You're the only one who ever believed in me." "I could never forget you." She wanted to believe him, but doubt gnawed at her heart. "People say that, Ethan. Then life happens. They get busy. They move on." He reached over and gently took her hand, pulling her gaze back to him. His touch was warm, steady. "Not me. I promise, Alice. I'll call you. I'll write if you want. I'll visit when I can. We'll text every day. Nothing will change. You're stuck with me, whether you like it or not." Alice's chest loosened just a little at his words, though a heavy ache still lingered. She searched his face, looking for any sign of hesitation, but all she saw was sincerity. Ethan had never lied to her. He had never made her feel small. "Promise?" she asked quietly. "Promise." He squeezed her hand. "I'll always be by your side, even if I'm miles away." The memory of that moment stayed with Alice long after he left. The last weeks of summer blurred together. They spent as much time as possible together, playing video games at her house, sneaking fries at the diner after dark, walking through the park, and laughing at nothing. Each day felt like a countdown to the inevitable. On the morning of his departure, Alice stood in the driveway of his house, trying to hide her tears behind her mask. The moving truck loomed large, boxes stacked like a wall between them. Ethan's parents bustled around, loading last-minute items, but for Alice and Ethan, the world had narrowed to just the two of them. He hugged her tightly, his arms strung around her. "I'll call tonight," he whispered into her hair. "And tomorrow." And every day after that, Alice clung to him, nodding even though her throat was too tight to speak. When he finally pulled away, he gave her one last smile. "You'll see, Alice, this isn't goodbye. It's just, see you later," and then he was gone. The first weeks weren't so bad. True to his word, Ethan called almost every evening. They would talk for hours about his new school, the latest games, and silly inside jokes that only they would understand. His voice through the phone was like a lifeline, a thread connecting her to the one person who mattered, but slowly the calls grew shorter. Then they became less frequent. A missed call here, a forgotten message there. He always apologized, always promised to do better, but each time it happened, Alice felt the thread fraying. By the third month, the call stopped altogether. She stared at her phone for days, waiting for his name to flash across the screen. She sent messages that went unanswered. She left voicemails that were never returned. At first, she told herself he was just busy. School, family, and new friends. Life got hectic, but the excuses couldn't stop the growing ache in her chest. Each silent night carved away at her hope until there was nothing left but the sharp sting of abandonment. She replayed their last hug in her mind, the promise in his voice, the certainty in his eyes. "I'll always be by your side." The words echoed like a cruel joke. Alice stopped waiting eventually. She shoved her phone into a drawer, unable to look at it without feeling sick. She poured her time into sketching game designs, drowning herself in work to avoid thinking about him. Whenever his name slipped into her thoughts, she forced it away, burying it deep. One evening, after weeks of silence, Alice sat alone in her room. Her sister's laughter floated down the hall, sharp and mocking, and her parents' voices drifted from the dining room. She curled up on her bed, hugging her knees to her chest, the loneliness pressed down on her like a weight. She had let herself believe, just once, that someone might stay, that someone might actually see her. But Ethan had left, just like everyone else. Her tears slipped quietly down her cheeks. Hidden behind the mask she now wore almost constantly. "I won't do this again," she whispered to herself, the words trembling but firm. "No more promises. No more relying on anyone. It's just me now." Her voice cracked, but the vow burned in her chest, sealing itself into her heart. Alice Norman, the outcast, the invisible daughter, would never let herself depend on anyone again. She would build her life alone. She would carry her burdens alone, because trusting someone meant giving them the power to break her. And Ethan had proved that even the kindest people could leave, and so, that night, a part of Alice's heart hardened, locking away the hope she once had. Chapter 4 years had passed since the rainy afternoon when Ethan promised Alice he would always be by her side. Promises, Alice had learned, were fragile things. They could warm you on cold nights, but they could also shatter, leaving sharp edges that cut deeper than any insult. Now she was 25, the founder and CEO of a gaming company, a name that had grown from a scribble in a school notebook into a global empire. The company's logo, two intersecting triangles forming a diamond, was known around the world. Their games dominated charts, their characters lived in the imaginations of millions, and investors showered her with praise, but nobody knew Alice Norman, not really. To the world, She was the masked CEO at every press conference. She wore her custom black mask, sleek and fitted, hiding the lower half of her face. She rarely showed her eyes either, often shielded behind tinted glasses. The story given to the press was that she valued privacy, that her anonymity gave her freedom. Some speculated it was a marketing trick. Others whispered rumors, accidents, scars, or even arrogance. Alice let them guess. It was easier than telling the truth, that even now, with everything she had built, she was still the girl no one wanted to look at inside the company headquarters. A 20-story glass building in the heart of the city, Alice walked the halls with quiet authority. Her employees respected her, some even admired her brilliance, but they never saw her smile. They never saw her eat with them in the cafeteria. They never heard her laugh in late-night meetings. She hid behind the mask even here. Even when surrounded by the very people whose livelihoods she sustained. "Good morning." Miss Norman, her assistant, Lily, greeted her one Monday morning as Alice stepped off the private elevator. Lily was young, ambitious, and one of the few people Alice trusted enough to keep close. "Morning," Alice replied softly. Lily walked beside her, flipping through her digital tablet. "You have back-to-back meetings today. First, the quarterly investor call, then a press briefing for the new expansion launch. After that, your father called again. He wants to schedule a family dinner tonight." Alice stiffened. "Decline. You said that last week," Lily said gently. "I'll keep saying it," Alice muttered, pushing through the glass doors of her office. The room was vast, with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the skyline, minimalist furniture, and shelves lined with awards. It was everything a CEO should have, but to Alice, it felt cold and impersonal. Lily lingered, hesitant. "They're your parents." Alice sat at her desk, powering on her computer. "No, they're just people who remind me every day that I wasn't enough." Lily's lips parted as if to respond, but she thought better of it and nodded. "Understood. I'll update your schedule." When Alice was alone again, she leaned back in her chair and took a deep breath. Her mask pressed against her skin, familiar and suffocating all at once. The investor call went smoothly, as always. She delivered facts with precision, her voice calm, her answers sharp. Investors didn't care what she looked like. They cared that her games sold millions of copies. By the time the press briefing began, she was already exhausted. The cameras flashed as she stood at the podium. Reporters shouted questions about the new game, about rumors of a movie adaptation, about her future plans. Alice answered each one with poise, never faltering, even as her pulse pounded. When someone asked, "Will you ever show your face to the world?" Alice froze for half a second. She recovered quickly. "The focus should always be on the games, not me." The room erupted in applause. Headlines would later call her mysterious, brilliant, untouchable, but when the briefing ended, Alice slipped out the back door, her chest tight. She made it to her car, dismissed her driver, and slid into the back seat, removing her glasses to rub her aching eyes. Her phone buzzed, a message from her mother. "Come to dinner tonight. Your father insists. You've played enough games. It's time to join the family business." Alice's stomach twisted. She had heard the exact words since childhood. Her parents had never understood her dreams. To them, gaming was a waste, a hobby, a phase. Even now, with her company worth billions, they still dismissed it. To them, her success meant nothing compared to the Norman family legacy of real estate and politics. Her phone buzzed again. "Don't embarrass us further. Be home by 7. Alice's hands trembled as she set the phone aside. No matter how old she was, no matter how much she achieved, her parents' words always found their mark. She had built an empire, but she still felt like the girl hiding in her room, overhearing her sisters mock her dreams. She needed air. Without thinking, she left the car behind and walked. The city stretched around her, blinding billboards, honking cars, the endless rush of people. She pulled her hood low and tightened her mask, blending into the crowd as best she could. Her steps carried her to the park. It was quieter there. the noise of the city fading into rustling leaves and distant laughter of children playing. Alice found an empty bench beneath a tree and sat heavily, her shoulders slumping. For the first time in weeks, she let herself breathe. She watched a young girl chase bubbles across the grass, her laughter ringing like music. Her father chased after her, smiling as if nothing else in the world mattered. Alice's chest tightened. She had never known that kind of affection. She had never been someone's joy. Her phone buzzed again. She ignored it. The tears came suddenly, hot and unstoppable. She pulled off her glasses, covering her face with her hands, but the sobs broke free anyway. She cried for the childhood she never had, for the parents who never loved her as she was, for the mask she couldn't take off even in freedom. She cried because she had everything and still felt empty. Her shoulders shook. She bit her lip, trying to silence herself, but the dam had broken. She didn't hear the footsteps until the bench shifted beside her. Alice froze, her breath hitching. Someone had sat down. Slowly, she lowered her hands, blinking through her tears. A stranger sat there, close enough to feel the warmth of his presence but far enough to respect her space. He didn't say anything. He didn't look at her with pity or curiosity. He just sat there, steady, silent, like an anchor in the storm. Alice's heart pounded. Who was he? Why was he here, beside her, when the rest of the world had always chosen to walk away? Chapter 5. The park was quiet that evening, the sun dipping low behind the line of palm trees that circled the walking path. The city was still alive with its usual buzz. Horns in the distance, voices carried by the wind, the rush of life that never seemed to slow. But here, beneath the canopy of branches, the world felt muted. Alice sat on a wooden bench near the fountain, the mask pressed tightly against her face. It wasn't just the physical mask she wore, but the invisible one she had been forced to build since childhood. The weight of her family's rejection had followed her all her life, but tonight it seemed heavier than usual. Just hours earlier, her parents had dismissed her once again. Richard and Teresa Norman had insisted she abandon her company and gaming and return to the family business. "Stop embarrassing us with your little hobby," her mother had said coldly. "A real Norman manages Norman Enterprise, not silly games on computers." Her sisters, gathered around the dining table, had laughed openly. Arabella with her sharp smile, Nova with her mocking tone, and Crystal with her feigned pity. "Who would ever take you seriously, Alice?" Nova had said. "You hide your face like some freak. No one even knows who you are." Their voices still echoed in Alice's head. She had fought back tears long enough to excuse herself, but once outside, she couldn't stop them. She had walked aimlessly until she reached the park, and now, alone, she let the pain spill out, tears trailing silently beneath her mask. The fountain gurgled beside her, the sound mingling with the soft rustle of leaves. Her chest tightened as she whispered, more to herself than anyone, "Why can't they just let me be? Why isn't what I've built enough?" She didn't expect an answer. She didn't expect anyone to care. But then a voice came from the bench beside her. "You don't have to explain yourself to people who refuse to see you." Alice stiffened, startled. She hadn't noticed someone sitting down. She turned, wiping quickly at her cheeks. Though the mask hid most of her face, the man beside her was quiet, composed. He wore a dark blazer over a white shirt, a casual yet refined look, his posture relaxed as if he belonged there. His eyes, sharp yet kind, watched her with a calm she didn't understand. He wasn't staring the way others did when they saw her mask. He wasn't judging. He was just present. "I'm sorry," Alice muttered, adjusting her glasses nervously. "I didn't realize anyone was here. I'll leave." The man shook his head. "You don't have to." His voice was deep, steady. "Sometimes it's easier when someone just listens." Alice hesitated. torn between her instinct to guard herself and the strange comfort in his tone. She wasn't used to strangers offering kindness. Most people either ignored her or mocked her. Still, something inside her cracked open. For a long moment, she sat in silence, her hands trembling slightly in her lap. Then the words spilled out, hesitant at first, then rushing like water breaking through a dam. She told him about her family, about the way her sisters had always belittled her. She explained how her parents never saw value in her dreams, how they wanted her to bury herself in a company she didn't love, just so she could fit into their definition of what was worthwhile. I started in gaming because I wanted something of my own, Alice said, her voice raw. Something no one could take away from me. And it worked. People love the games. They play them everywhere. I should feel proud, shouldn't I? Her throat tightened, and she shook her head. But no matter how far I get, they still treat me like the girl who was never good enough. They don't see the work, the success. They just see this. She gestured to her mask, her curls tucked back in a loose ponytail, her mismatched eyes hidden behind tinted lenses. The man listened without interrupting. His gaze never left hers, steady and unwavering, as if every word she said mattered. Alice's voice dropped lower. I thought once I built something of my own, once I proved them wrong, I wouldn't care anymore. But I do. I still do. Every word cuts me like I'm a child again, standing in their shadows. Her chest rose and fell sharply, and she leaned forward, burying her face in her hands. I just don't know how much longer I can keep fighting like this. For a few seconds, silence hung between them, filled only by the sound of the fountain. Then the man spoke. Quiet but firm. I will help you. Alice lifted her head slowly, her breath catching. His words weren't pitying, weren't dismissive. They were a promise, strong and certain. Her eyes widened behind her glasses. Why? Because no one should carry that kind of weight alone, he replied. And because I can see you're stronger than you think. You just need someone to stand beside you. Something in Alice's chest stirred, a fragile spark she hadn't felt in years. Part of her wanted to believe him, to cling to that steady voice and the comfort it offered. But another part recoiled, afraid of promises, afraid of being abandoned again. She shook her head slightly. You don't even know me. A small smile tugged at his lips. Maybe not yet, but I know enough. Alice studied him, unsure what to make of the stranger. His presence felt familiar somehow, though she couldn't place why. His confidence was quiet, not arrogant, and his eyes carried a warmth that unsettled her defenses. For the first time in a long while, she didn't feel invisible, but she also didn't notice the way his gaze lingered on her. Soft with recognition she couldn't see, because the stranger wasn't a stranger at all. Behind the polished suit and the confident bearing was Ethan, the same boy who once sat beside her in high school hallways, who had eaten lunch with her when no one else would, who had promised he would always be there. But now, Ethan was not the chubby boy with glasses and braces. He was a man, tall, broad-shouldered, his jaw sharp where baby fat used to be. His presence carried authority. His name was already powerful in the world of oil and gas, and yet, sitting beside Alice, watching her struggle with the scars her family left behind, Ethan felt the same ache he had years ago when she defended him against bullies. He wanted to tell her everything, that he was the same boy she once saved, that he had never forgotten her, that he had come back, not as a stranger, but as someone who had always carried her in his heart. But he didn't. Not yet, because he saw the fear in her eyes, the walls she had built to protect herself. If he revealed the truth now, she might push him away before he had the chance to prove himself again. So he sat quietly, keeping his identity hidden, even as his heart beat harder with the weight of secrets. And Alice, unaware of who he really was, allowed herself to believe, just for one fragile moment, that maybe, just maybe, this stranger meant his promise. Chapter 6. Alice sat at her large oak desk, eyes fixed on the glowing screen in front of her. The numbers lined up neatly on the spreadsheet, a silent testimony to how far she had come. And gaming company wasn't just surviving anymore, it was thriving. New investors had stepped forward, giving the company the breathing space it needed to expand into international markets. For the first time, Alice allowed herself to exhale and relax, even if only a little, but beneath her calm exterior, the mask remained, both the physical one she wore and the invisible one that lay within her heart. Her staff admired her brilliance, her employees respected her authority, and the public adored the mysterious masked CEO who had taken the gaming world by storm. Yet none of them knew her. None of them saw the girl who had once cried herself to sleep while her sisters mocked her dreams, or the teenager who had punched a bully to defend the only boy who ever looked at her like she mattered. Her mask, sleek and black, covered half of her face even within the walls of her private office. It had become a part of her identity, a shield that gave her power but also trapped her behind its hard edges. Still, the company was her pride and joy. And with the mysterious new investor, business had flourished more than ever before. She had only met him briefly in boardrooms, always keeping her professional walls high, but she couldn't deny the strange pull she felt whenever he entered the room. His name was Luca Osman, heir to a powerful financial empire, though Alice never thought much about that. She was more focused on her games, her vision, her survival. What she didn't know, what no one knew, was that Luca Osman was not a stranger at all. He was Ethan, the same boy she had defended in high school, the one who had sworn he'd always stay by her side. Years had changed him. He was no longer the chubby teenager who once ate her lunch while hiding from bullies. He was now strong, broad-shouldered, confident, with sharp features that conveyed both authority and warmth. But his eyes, those same brown eyes with the softness that always made her feel safe, had not changed, and he had no intention of revealing his true identity just yet. Not until the right moment, so he used his middle name to introduce himself to Alice. One evening, after a long meeting about expanding the company's newest fantasy multiplayer game, Alice closed her laptop and leaned back. The city lights twinkled beyond the glass walls of her office, the night alive with movement. While she sat in solitude, her phone buzzed with a message. Luca Osman, I'll be stopping by your office tomorrow. We need to discuss some adjustments in the investment strategy. Alice read the message twice before setting the phone down. Something about him unsettled her, not in a bad way, but in a way that made her pulse quicken, a way that reminded her of something she had buried deep inside herself. She shook the thought away. Men like him did not notice women like her. Even with her success, her money, and her influence, she knew what lay underneath, the acne scars she still covered, the mismatched eyes that people once mocked, the curls that frizzed no matter how much she tried to tame them. The mask was her safety. Without it, she feared the rejection she had once known too well would return. The next day, Ethan arrived. His presence filled the office as soon as he stepped in. He wore a dark navy suit that hugged his frame, his tie slightly loosened, as if he had left one meeting only to rush into the next. Alice stood to greet him, instinctively adjusting her mask. Mr. Osman, she said, her voice firm and professional. Miss Norman, he replied, his tone deep, smooth, and calm. Shall we? They sat across from each other, discussing figures and growth strategies, but Ethan's gaze often lingered longer than necessary, studying her, not the mask, but the woman beneath it. Every time her eyes flickered to meet his, she felt something stir inside her chest, something dangerous, something that whispered of the past. I must say, Ethan said after a long pause, your company doesn't just create games, it creates worlds, escapes. You give people the chance to feel like they belong. Alice's lips parted slightly. Compliments rarely moved her, but his words touched a wound she didn't even know was still open. That's the point, she replied softly. I wanted to create a place for people like me, for people who didn't belong anywhere else. Ethan leaned forward slightly, his expression unreadable, but his eyes filled with an intensity that nearly broke through her guard. "You've succeeded." Alice quickly cleared her throat and shifted the topic back to financial reports. Burying herself in numbers so she wouldn't drown in his gaze, the meeting stretched longer than expected. By the time Ethan stood to leave, night had fallen again. Alice walked him to the door, her usual routine, but then, in an unguarded moment, she bent down to pick up a folder that had slipped off her desk. The tie of her mask snagged against the corner of the chair and loosened. She didn't notice it at first, Ethan did. Her mask slipped slightly, and before she could catch it, it fell into her hand. For the first time in years, Alice's full, bare face was visible under the soft office lights. Her breath hitched, panic rushing through her veins. Her scars, faint but visible, lined her cheeks. Her mismatched eyes glimmered with vulnerability. She froze, too stunned to pull the mask back on, and Ethan couldn't look away. His chest tightened as he took in the face he had memorized years ago. The face of the girl who once defended him with fire in her spirit. She was older now, sharper and stronger, but she was still Alice. His Alice, Alice, he whispered before catching himself. Her eyes widened, suspicion flashing across her features. He quickly recovered, softening his tone. "You don't need the mask." "Not with me." But Alice, clutching the mask tightly in her hand, felt exposed in a way she hadn't in years. She didn't know whether to run, to scream, or to demand why his words felt so familiar. Her heart raced, confusion clouding her thoughts. And in that suspended moment, everything between them shifted. Chapter 7. Ethan stood frozen, his breath caught in his throat as Alice's mask slipped from her hand. For the first time since he had stepped back into her world, he was staring at the real Alice Norman, the girl he once knew, the woman she had become. Her mismatched eyes shimmered beneath the soft glow of her office lights. One brown, warm and earthy, the other a pale gray that seemed to hold storms inside it. Her skin bore faint scars, the kind that whispered stories of teenage battles with acne, the kind she had probably been mocked for more times than she could count. Her curls, though pinned back, framed her face like a halo, but Ethan didn't see imperfections. He saw beauty. Raw, natural, unpolished beauty. The kind of beauty that made his chest ache because it wasn't about symmetry or perfection, it was about truth. "Alice," he breathed almost reverently, as if her name was a prayer. "You don't need that mask." "Not with me." Her body stiffened instantly. The mask trembled in her hand, her fingers gripping it as if it were a lifeline. Panic clouded her features, and her lips parted in a shaky gasp. "Don't," she whispered, shaking her head violently. "Don't say that." Ethan took a step closer, careful, like a man approaching a frightened bird. "It's true." He swallowed, fighting for words that didn't sound rehearsed or hollow. "You're beautiful, Alice, exactly as you are." For a fleeting second, something flickered in her eyes, something fragile, almost hopeful. But just as quickly, it vanished. Her mind betrayed her, filled with the echoes of her sister's cruel laughter. "Ugly freak, look at your skin. Who would ever want you? One brown eye, one gray. You look cursed. No wonder you'll end up alone." The voices were sharp, cutting into her like glass. She could see them in her memory, standing in their designer clothes, flawless skin glowing under perfect makeup, while they sneered at her mismatched reflection in the mirror. And now here was Ethan, saying the one thing she had longed to hear but never believed. It hurt more than the insults, because it felt like a lie. "Stop," she said harshly, pushing him away with both hands. Her chest heaved with uneven breaths, her eyes burning with unshed tears. "Don't say things you don't mean." Ethan stumbled back, stunned by the force in her voice. His heart cracked at the sight of her trembling. "I do mean it," he said softly, but she shook her head. "You don't understand," Alice snapped, clutching the mask against her chest like armor. "I've lived my whole life being told I was ugly, that I wasn't enough. And then I built this." She gestured at her office, at the glass walls and glowing monitors, so I could hide behind it. The mask isn't just a thing I wear. It's who people respect. It's who they admire. Not this face. Her voice cracked on the last word, but she refused to let tears fall. She wouldn't give him the satisfaction. Ethan's jaw tightened. He wanted to shout that her sisters were wrong, that the world was blind, that she was worth more than every cruel word that had ever been thrown at her. But he could see how deep the scars ran. Words alone wouldn't be enough to erase years of torment. He stepped forward again, slower this time, his eyes soft and steady. Alice, I see you. Not the mask. Not the CEO everyone whispers about. You. Her chest tightened painfully. Why did his words sound so familiar? Why did his voice carry the same warmth she once remembered in high school, when a boy with kind eyes promised her she wasn't alone? But memory or not, she couldn't let herself believe. Believing was dangerous. Believing would mean opening the door to pain again. No, she said firmly, though her voice shook. You don't see me. You see what you want to see. And I'm not going to let you play with me. Before he could answer, she shoved the mask back onto her face, tying it swiftly with trembling fingers. The moment it was secure, she felt her walls rise again. Her breathing steadied, and the Alice who faced him now wasn't the fragile, trembling girl of a moment ago. She was the CEO, the untouchable Mr. Osman, she said, her tone clipped and professional. This conversation is over. Thank you for your investment in a gaming company, but in the future, let's keep our discussions strictly about business. Her words were like ice, but Ethan could see the storm raging behind her mask. He wanted to tell her everything, that he was Ethan, her Ethan, the boy she once saved, that he had carried her courage with him all these years, that he had returned not just to invest in her company but to keep the promise he had once made, but he didn't. Not yet, he exhaled slowly, forcing himself to step back. If that's what you want, he said carefully. His voice was calm, but inside, his heart burned with frustration. Alice stood tall, her mask firmly in place, her arms crossed over her chest. She had won this round, shutting him out before he could break through. But as soon as Ethan left her office, her shoulders slumped, and she sank into her chair. Her fingers brushed the mask, tracing its smooth surface. It was supposed to protect her, but tonight it felt heavier than ever, and in the quiet of her office, the voices of her sisters echoed louder than before. You'll never be enough. No one will ever love you for who you are. Alice closed her eyes tightly, tears finally spilling over as she whispered to herself, they're right. They've always been right. Chapter 8. Ethan left Alice's office that night with her image burned into his mind. The way her mismatched eyes had looked at him, raw and vulnerable, before she hid them again behind her mask. He knew she was broken in places she didn't want to admit, but that only made him more determined. She had been his savior once, all those years ago in high school, when she'd punched a bully in the face for him and shared her lunch without hesitation. Now, it was his turn to be hers. From that day, Ethan made a decision. He would bring light back into Alice's world. He would give her the one thing her family had never given her: acceptance, kindness, and the reminder that she wasn't alone. It started with something small. The next morning, Alice sat at her desk surrounded by glowing screens, her mask firmly in place as usual. Her company had grown so fast that she barely had time to breathe between meetings, coding reviews, and investor calls. Most days, she worked through lunch, surviving only on coffee and the occasional energy bar. That morning, her pa, Katie, came in carrying a brown paper bag. This just came for you, Katie said, dropping it on Alice's desk. Alice frowned. From who? Katie shrugged. No name. Just says eat something real today. Alice blinked, staring at the neat handwriting on the note attached. Against her better judgment, she opened the bag. Inside was a perfectly wrapped sandwich, a cup of still warm soup, and a small container of fresh fruit. For a moment, she hesitated. Was this some kind of joke? A prank her sisters would pull if they cared enough even to acknowledge her. But no, her family didn't bother with gestures like this. They barely remembered her existence. Tentatively, she tasted the soup. It was simple, hearty, and delicious. The warmth spread through her chest in a way coffee never did. Katie raised a brow. Looks like someone cares. Alice rolled her eyes, trying to play it off. It's probably from a vendor trying to get my attention. Don't read into it, but when she finished the meal, she found herself smiling faintly. The next day, another bag appeared. Different food this time, but the same note. Don't skip lunch. You matter. Alice's chest tightened. Whoever this was, they were persistent. And for reasons she couldn't understand, she didn't want it to stop. It didn't stop. Day after day, lunches arrived at her office, each one thoughtful and fresh. She started looking forward to them, even though she told herself it was silly. At first, she thought it might be Katie, but Katie swore she had nothing to do with it. It wasn't until a week later that Ethan walked into her office during lunch hour. Carrying another paper bag, her eyes widened. It was you? He set the bag down casually, smiling in that calm, infuriating way of his. Did you really think I'd let you run on caffeine forever? Alice sat back in her chair, clutching the edges of her desk as if she needed the support. You didn't have to. I wanted to, Ethan said simply, meeting her gaze. Someone should take care of you. Her throat tightened, and she looked away quickly. No one had ever said that to her before. Not her parents, not her sisters, not anyone. She tried to brush it off. You're wasting your time. I'm fine. He shook his head. You're not fine, Alice, but you don't have to be. Not all the time. The words sank deep into her, breaking something loose inside her chest. It became a routine. Ethan would stop by her office around noon with lunch, and sometimes they would sit together while she worked, his presence quiet but grounding. At other times, he would pull her away from her desk and force her to take an actual break. Sitting in the company's rooftop garden where she could breathe fresh air instead of the recycled office air, Alice hated to admit it, but she began to enjoy those moments. At first, she spoke little, keeping conversations clipped and professional, but Ethan had a way of drawing her out. He asked about her games, genuinely curious about her creative process. He teased her lightly, but never cruelly. And most of all, he listened. No one had ever really listened to her before. One evening, when the office had emptied and the city lights glittered through the windows, Alice found herself telling him about her childhood, the endless comparisons to her sisters, the way her parents pretended she didn't exist unless they needed to remind her how much of a disappointment she was. Ethan didn't interrupt. He didn't pity her either. He just sat there, his almond eyes soft and his hands resting calmly on the desk as he absorbed every word. When she finally stopped, embarrassed by how much she had shared, Ethan said quietly, "You didn't deserve any of that. Not a single part of it." They were blind, Alice, too blind to see what they had. Her chest clenched, and she almost cried right then. But instead, she gave him a slight, nearly imperceptible nod. The lunches turned into late-night talks. Alice was a night owl, often staying in her office long after the world had gone to sleep. Ethan somehow always found an excuse to stop by. Sometimes they sat in comfortable silence, the only sound the soft clicking of her keyboard as she worked while he read reports on his tablet. On other nights, they laughed about silly things, such as movies, awkward childhood memories, or ridiculous office gossip Katie had shared earlier in the day. Alice laughed more in those weeks than she had in years. Her laugh surprised even her, bubbling up in moments when she least expected it. Ethan always looked at her then with a mix of pride and awe, like he had just uncovered a hidden treasure. Little by little, she began to feel safe with him, safe enough to lower her guard, though never her mask. One night, after hours of talking, she glanced at the clock and gasped. "It's almost 2 in the morning." Ethan leaned back in his chair, stretching his long legs. "And You act like sleep is more important than teaching me how to beat your level. Alice rolled her eyes, but she couldn't stop smiling. You're impossible, and you love it, he teased, smirking at her in that infuriatingly confident way. Her cheeks warmed under the mask. She quickly looked back at her screen. I tolerate it, she muttered, but inside, she knew it was more than tolerance. She was starting to depend on him, and that scared her. Weeks passed, and Alice found herself waiting for Ethan's visits, her heart lifting in ways she couldn't explain whenever he walked through her door. She had spent so many years building walls around herself, using her mask as her shield. But Ethan was slipping through the cracks with every laugh, every thoughtful word, every quiet moment shared between them, and though she tried to deny it, part of her heart whispered the truth. She was falling for him. Ethan felt it too. He saw the way her shoulders relaxed around him, the way her mismatched eyes softened when she forgot to be guarded. He saw the ghost of a smile tug at her lips when she thought he wasn't looking. He knew she was still haunted by her family's cruelty, still chained to their voices in her head, but he also knew she was stronger than she realized. He made it his mission to keep bringing light into her world, no matter how long it took. But just as things were beginning to feel right, the world around them shifted. One evening, after dropping Alice off at her apartment and making sure she was safely inside, Ethan returned home to find his parents waiting in the living room. Daniel Osman sat stiffly in his armchair, his expression serious. Elena Osman stood by the window, arms folded, her face unreadable. The tension in the air was so thick that Ethan felt it the moment he stepped in. Ethan, his father said, his voice low but firm. We need to talk. Chapter 9. The Osman mansion was quiet that evening, but inside its grand sitting room, the air felt heavy. Ethan had barely sat down when he realized his parents had planned something serious. His father, Daniel Osman, sat in his usual spot on the leather armchair, posture straight, his sharp gaze fixed on his son. His mother, Elena, stood by the fireplace, her fingers clasped together in the way she always did when bracing for tension. Ethan knew this wasn't going to be a casual conversation. Sit down, Daniel said, though Ethan was already seated. His tone carried the weight of command, the same tone that had shaped Ethan's childhood. Daniel Osman wasn't just a father. He was the head of the largest oil and gas company in the country, a man whose words carried power. Ethan straightened, preparing himself. What's this about? Elena exchanged a glance with Daniel, as though they had already discussed exactly how to corner him. Finally, she spoke, her voice soft but deliberate. It's time you started thinking seriously about your future, Ethan. About the family legacy. Ethan let out a slow breath, already sensing where this was going. I am thinking about the future. I'm working every day at the company, helping expand our partnerships, making sure. Daniel cut him off, his voice stern. Not just the company, the family. You're 28 years old, Ethan. You've accomplished much, yes, but there's one thing you've yet to do. Settle down, marry, build stability not just for yourself, but for the Osman name. Ethan stiffened, his jaw tightening. So this is about marriage. Elena moved closer, her eyes softer than Daniel's but no less insistent. It's about ensuring that the next chapter of our family continues with strength. Your father and I have discussed this at length. We've decided it's time you choose a wife. He leaned back, shaking his head. You can't just decide that for me. Daniel's eyes narrowed. We can, and we will, if you're too stubborn to see what's best for you. You know how this world works, Ethan. Alliances matter. Business partnerships matter. Marriage is not just about romance, it's about securing a future. Ethan clenched his fists against his knees. He had heard these kinds of speeches his whole life, but something about hearing it now, when his heart was beginning to feel alive again, when Alice's laughter was still fresh in his memory, made his skin crawl. I'm not marrying someone for a business deal, Ethan said firmly. I won't, Elena sighed, as though she had expected resistance. Listen to us before you decide. The Norman family is seeking an alliance. Their business empire aligns well with ours. Their daughters, at the mention of the surname, Ethan froze. The Norman family? Yes, Daniel confirmed. Richard Norman has 3 daughters. Beautiful, accomplished, well-bred young women. Any one of them would be a suitable match for you. This marriage could unite our families and solidify both businesses. In ways you can't imagine, Ethan's chest tightened. Norman's, Alice's family, he remembered the way Alice had once spoken about her parents with such sadness. The way she had said they never saw her. The pain behind her mask, the cruelty in her sister's voices that still haunted her, his mind raced. If this were Alice's family, then the marriage his parents were proposing wasn't just about business. It was about her. Elena reached for his hand, her voice coaxing. Ethan, darling, this is bigger than just you. This is about the legacy your father has built, the future you will one day lead. The Norman girls are ideal. You must see that. Daniel leaned forward. We're not asking you to pick blindly. You'll meet them, spend time with them, and decide. But the choice must be made. The sooner, the better. Ethan's heartbeat pounded in his ears. He couldn't reveal what he knew, not yet. He couldn't tell them that the girl they overlooked, the daughter they probably wouldn't even put forward, was the only one he wanted, but he also couldn't outright refuse. He drew a long breath and finally said, if this is about the Normans, then I'll set one condition. Daniel raised a brow, surprised by the sudden shift. Condition? Yes, Ethan's voice was steady, though his mind was racing. If I'm to marry into the Norman family, then I will be the one to choose which daughter I marry. No pressure, no manipulation, no one forcing a name on me. My choice, mine alone. The room fell silent. Elena and Daniel exchanged another look, speaking in that silent parental language Ethan had grown up resenting. Finally, Daniel gave a slow nod. As long as you marry a Norman daughter, the choice of which one will be yours. Relief mingled with determination inside Ethan. Good, that was all he needed. Because if he were going to be bound to this arrangement, then he would make sure the girl chosen was the one he already knew was meant for him. Alice, he kept his face calm, hiding the storm inside. Fine, then we have an agreement. Elena smiled faintly, though her eyes still searched his face for cracks. You won't regret this, Ethan. We're only doing this for your future. He nodded, but his thoughts were already elsewhere. He thought of Alice's mismatched eyes, of the way she wore her mask like armor, of the loneliness she tried to hide. He thought of the lunches, the late-night talks, the laughter she didn't know she had given back to him. And no matter what, he was going to protect her. He was going to make sure that when this marriage became a reality, it would be her standing beside him, not because of a business deal, but because she was the only one who had ever mattered to him. While Ethan made silent promises in his heart, across the city, the Norman mansion glowed brightly with the sounds of chatter and the clinking of glasses. Alice sat quietly in her room, mask on as always, working late on a new project design. She could hear her sister's laughter echoing down the hallway. Arabella, Nova, and Crystal had returned from a party, still high on their own beauty and attention. Alice didn't bother to join them. She never did. Their conversations always turned cruel, their mocking voices reminding her of every insecurity she had fought to bury. Instead, she turned back to her screen, determined to lose herself in the world she was building. But then she heard footsteps approaching, followed by the sound of her parents' voices in the sitting room downstairs. Curiosity tugged at her. She wasn't usually interested in their discussions, but something in her father's sharp tone made her pause. She slipped quietly from her room and moved halfway down the stairs, careful to stay hidden in the shadows. Richard Norman's voice carried clearly. It's settled then. Osman's son is looking for a wife. We'll put one of the girls forward. Alice froze. Teresa Norman's voice followed, sharp and eager. Of course. This is our chance, Richard. A wealthy marriage like this could secure the company's future. The Osman fortune, tied to ours, is perfect, Richard grunted in agreement. Arabella, Nova, or Crystal? Any of them will do. They're beautiful, charming. They'll dazzle the Osman's boy easily. We'll decide who to sell into this marriage later. Alice's breath caught in her throat. Sell into this marriage, her heart pounded. Her palms sweaty against the railing, she pressed herself deeper into the shadows, listening as her parents continued, her world suddenly spinning out of control. Chapter 10. The Norman mansion had always been a place of opulence. Glittering chandeliers, polished marble floors, and velvet curtains that screamed wealth. Yet, beneath the shine, shadows lingered, secrets that the world had never seen. It was within those walls that Alice lived, hidden, ignored, and almost erased by her own family. Days after overhearing her parents' chilling conversation about selling one of her sisters into marriage, Alice had grown even quieter. She buried herself in her work, creating worlds in her games that felt safer than the one she lived in. Her mask, her oversized sweaters, her thick glasses all had become part of her armor. She knew better than to dream. Her parents never saw her as a daughter worth presenting, and her sisters made sure she never forgot it, but fate had other plans. On a bright afternoon, the Norman family prepared to host their most important guests in years. The Osmans had arranged a visit. Daniel and Elena Osman, the power couple of the oil empire, were coming with their son, Ethan, to discuss a potential union between their families. Richard Norman paced the grand parlor nervously, tugging at his cufflinks while Teresa flitted about, giving instructions to the maids to polish every corner twice. Arabella and Nova sat gracefully on the sofas, their dresses expensive and perfectly chosen to accentuate their beauty. Crystal adjusted her lipstick in the mirror, smirking as if she already knew she was the chosen one. A Norman girl will be an Osman, Teresa whispered with satisfaction. It's only a matter of time. Alice, of course, was not included in the preparations. She remained upstairs in her small corner of the house, unaware of the storm brewing below. The Osman family arrived promptly, their black luxury car pulling up the long driveway. Daniel Osman stepped out first, commanding in his tailored suit, followed by Elena, elegant and poised as ever. And then Ethan emerged, tall, composed, carrying the quiet confidence that made heads turn wherever he went. The Norman family rushed to greet them with broad smiles. Handshakes, compliments, and exaggerated warmth filled the air. It's an honor to welcome you, Richard said, his voice booming with fake charm. The honor is ours, Daniel replied firmly. Though his sharp eyes scanned the house with quiet judgment, Elena smiled at the Norman daughters, her gaze sweeping over Arabella, Nova, and Crystal. You have such lovely daughters, Richard, Teresa. We're eager to see how this union can strengthen both our families. The girls preened under her words, each hoping to catch Ethan's eye. But Ethan wasn't looking at them. His mind was elsewhere, his chest tightening with anticipation. He had waited for this moment, played his part carefully. And now it was time. They were all ushered into the sitting room, where crystal glasses of wine were served to them. Polite conversation filled the air, but it was only a matter of time before Daniel got straight to the point. We're here because we want to form an alliance, Daniel said, his tone firm. Ethan has agreed to marry one of your daughters. It will be his choice, of course, but the foundation of this arrangement must be clear from the beginning. Richard beamed, pride swelling in his chest. Of course, of course. Our daughters are well-bred and well-educated, and they are ready to stand beside a man like your son. Ethan will have his pick. Arabella smiled sweetly, tilting her head. Nova crossed her legs and gave a practiced glance, one that was sultry and confident. Crystal leaned forward, laughing lightly at something Elena said, her charm effortless. Everyone waited for Ethan to speak, expecting him to compliment one of the three, but Ethan leaned back in his chair, his eyes sharp, his voice steady. I already know who I want. The room fell silent. Daniel raised a brow. You do? Yes. Ethan's gaze flicked briefly to Richard and Teresa, who looked both surprised and pleased, as though this was all moving faster than they thought. Arabella's lips curved into a coy smile. Nova smirked, confident of her allure. Crystal tilted her head, ready to claim her victory. Ethan's following words shattered the illusion. I want Alice Norman. The name cut through the air like a knife. For a moment, no one moved. No one even breathed. Daniel blinked, his confusion evident. Alice? Who is Alice? Elena frowned, exchanging a puzzled look with her husband. I thought you had 3 daughters, Richard. Arabella, Nova, and Crystal. Richard's smile faltered. Teresa stiffened. The 3 sisters glanced at each other, their faces a mixture of shock and disgust. Alice? Arabella repeated with a scoff. Why would you ask for her? Ethan didn't flinch. Because she's your daughter, isn't she? His voice carried quiet authority, as though daring anyone to deny it. The Normans shifted uncomfortably. Richard cleared his throat. She is, but she's different. She doesn't really represent the family. Alice is not. Not what? Ethan cut in, his eyes narrowing. Not beautiful, not presentable, not worth your acknowledgement. Teresa's smile trembled, her facade slipping. She keeps to herself. She isn't. She's your daughter, Ethan said firmly, silencing her. His gaze shifted back to his own parents, who were still trying to process the revelation. You asked me to choose. I've made my choice. Alice Norman. Daniel's jaw tightened, his disapproval evident. Elena, however, studied Ethan with sharp curiosity, sensing there was more beneath his decision than he was letting on. The room erupted in whispers. Arabella laughed bitterly, shaking her head. You can't be serious, Alice? She hides upstairs in rags. She wears a mask. She doesn't even know how to be part of a family, let alone. That's enough, Ethan said coldly, his voice slicing through her words. The authority in his tone left no room for argument. The Normans stared at him, shocked by his boldness. Richard tried to recover, forcing a chuckle. Well, if that is truly what you want, Ethan, then perhaps we should. Bring her down. Teresa's face twisted in displeasure. She's not ready for this. Then get her ready, Ethan said flatly. Upstairs. Alice sat curled on her bed, laptop open, fingers flying over the keyboard as she coded. She had no idea what was unfolding below her. The door burst open, and Crystal stormed in, her face red with rage. Nova followed, arms crossed, while Arabella lingered by the doorway with a smirk. You won't believe this, Crystal spat, grabbing Alice's arm. Someone actually asked for you. Ethan Osman wants to see you. Alice froze, her heart skipping. Me? That's not possible, Arabella sneered. Apparently, he thinks you're worth something. Don't get excited. He'll regret it the second he sees your pathetic face. Nova stepped forward, yanking Alice up from the bed. Come on, they want you downstairs. Alice resisted, panic rushing through her. I don't want to. You don't get a choice, Crystal hissed, digging her nails into Alice's arm. If the Osmans want to see you, you'll go. Don't embarrass us more than you already do. They dragged her toward the stairs, her oversized sweater slipping off one shoulder, her mask securely fastened, her glasses sliding down her nose. She struggled weakly, her voice trembling. Please, don't. But they ignored her, shoving her forward, mocking her under their breath. As they reached the bottom of the stairs, the sitting room came into view. Alice's heart pounded wildly as she saw the Osmans seated in elegance, her parents faking smiles, her sisters glowing with practiced charm, and then her eyes landed on him, Ethan, but not Ethan as she remembered. To her, he was Luca, the kind gentleman who made her laugh, who brought her lunch all the time, and was also an investor in her company. He sat tall, powerful, commanding. Yet his gaze softened the second it met hers. Alice stumbled on the last step, her breath catching in her throat. Her world stopped as recognition flashed through her chest. She hadn't seen him for days until now. He was in their house, Chapter 11. The night air outside the Norman mansion was calm and still, but Alice's heart was anything but relaxed. She had been dragged downstairs against her will, shoved into the center of attention, her mask and oversized clothes doing little to hide her trembling hands. The Osmonds, seated in the polished parlor, stared at her like she was some strange creature pulled out of the shadows. Her sisters had smirked with venom, their whispers sharp as knives, and then Ethan, Luca, though she did not know him by that name anymore, had locked eyes with her. The world had gone silent in that instant, but silence did not last. Her family's protests and her sister's mocking voices filled the room, followed by her father's thinly veiled attempts to cover up his shame. Through it all, Ethan's declaration had remained steady. He wanted her, Alice Norman. The daughter they tried to bury under shadows. It was unthinkable, unbelievable, impossible. So when she finally managed to pull away from her sister's tight grip, Alice bolted. She slipped through the mansion's heavy doors and into the garden, desperate for air, desperate to escape the eyes that weighed her down. Her feet moved fast across the stone path, and she thought, just for a moment, that she could hide again, but his footsteps followed. Alice, Ethan called, his deep voice carrying through the night. She froze at the sound of it, her chest heaving. Slowly, she turned. He stood a few feet away, tall and calm, his dark eyes fixed on her like she was the only person in the world. There was no judgment there, no mockery, only something deeper, steadier. Alice pulled her sweater tighter around herself, as if it could shield her from him. You shouldn't have said my name like that in there. You shouldn't have asked for me at all. Ethan took a step closer, his hands in his pockets. Why not? She let out a bitter laugh, one that cracked under the weight of years of pain. Because I don't belong here. Not with you. Not with anyone who lives in the kind of world you do. You're wrong, he said softly, her breath hitched. No one had ever told her that. Not her parents, not her sisters, not anyone. But she shook her head fiercely, unwilling to let herself believe. You don't know me. You don't know what I've lived through in this house. I'm the daughter they hide, the sister they mock, the mistake they try to erase. Do you really think I'm the one who should stand next to you in your world? Ethan's jaw tightened, but his gaze never wavered. Yes, I know what I want, Alice, and it's you. Her lips parted, but no words came out. No one had ever said such things to her, not with such certainty, not with such fire. Her chest ached with the force of his words, but fear rushed in just as quickly. You deserve someone better, she whispered. He stepped closer again, the distance between them shrinking. Better than who I love. Alice's heart stumbled, tripping over the weight of that word. Love. He had said it so plainly, as if it wasn't something impossible between them. You don't even know me, she insisted, her voice breaking. Not really, I know enough, he said firmly. I know that you're strong, that you've survived a family who tried to crush you, that you've built something incredible with your own hands when no one believed in you. I know you're kind, even when the world has given you no reason to be. I know you hide behind that mask, not because you're weak, but because you've been taught to hate yourself when you should be celebrated. Her throat closed, hot tears burning behind her eyes. How did he know all of that? How could he see through her so easily when she had spent her whole life invisible? Stop, she whispered, shaking her head. Don't say those things. You don't understand what it's like to be me. Ethan's expression softened, his voice dropping low. Maybe I don't, but I want to. I want to understand. I want to know every part of you, the parts you hide, the parts you're afraid of. I want all of it. I want you. Alice's hands trembled. She turned away, staring at the roses lining the garden path, their petals glistening under the moonlight. Her sisters' voices echoed in her mind. Ugly, worthless, a mistake. Her parents' cold dismissal pressed against her chest. And now this man, this powerful, untouchable man, stood here saying he wanted her. It was too much. She hugged herself tightly, as if she could hold her heart together. If you stay with me, they'll laugh at you. They'll say you settled for someone like me. They'll say you could have had anyone, and instead you chose the broken one. Let them laugh, Ethan said, his voice fierce now. Let them talk. I don't care. The only voice that matters to me is yours. And right now, yours is the only answer I need. Alice turned back to him, tears brimming in her eyes. Why me? Why would you choose me when you could have Arabella, Nova, or Crystal? They're everything a family like yours would want. He shook his head. They're not you. They could never be you. The air grew heavier, charged with the truth in his words. Alice's knees felt weak, her heart beating painfully fast. She wanted to believe him. God, she wanted to. But doubt was a shadow she had carried her whole life, and it clung tightly now. I can't give you the kind of life you deserve, she whispered. He stepped so close now that she could see the intensity in his eyes, feel the warmth radiating from him. You are the life I deserve, Alice. Don't you see? Everything else, money, power, expectations, it means nothing without you. Her breath caught. No one had ever said she was worth more than those things. The silence stretched between them, filled only by the rustle of leaves in the night breeze. Alice felt her heart pulling toward him, but fear still held her in place. She turned her face away, her mask pressing against her skin, the barrier she had clung to for so long. You don't know what you're asking, she whispered, almost pleading. Marriage? To me? It'll ruin you. Ethan's voice broke through her defenses, low and steady. Then let me be ruined. If that's what it means to have you, I'll risk everything. Her eyes closed, a sob catching in her throat. He wasn't giving up. He wasn't turning away like everyone else had. He was choosing her, again and again, even as she tried to push him away. The walls she had built for years cracked under the weight of his words. The loneliness, the humiliation, the pain all collided with the desperate yearning she had buried deep inside. For once, someone wanted her. For once, someone wasn't ashamed of her. The thought was terrifying. And yet, it was also a kind of freedom. When she opened her eyes again, Ethan was still there, steady as ever, waiting. Alice swallowed hard, her voice trembling. If I say yes, if I agree to this, I don't know how to be what you need me to be. I don't know how to be a wife to someone like you. Ethan reached out then slowly, as if giving her every chance to pull away. His hand brushed hers, warm and grounding. You don't have to be anyone but yourself. That's all I'll ever need. Her breath shuddered out of her. She stared at their hands, at the way his fingers curled gently around hers, not demanding, not forcing, just holding. A simple touch, but it felt like an anchor in a storm. Her sister's laughter echoed faintly in her mind, but for once, it didn't drown everything else. His voice was louder, his words heavier, his presence stronger. Alice closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, her decision slipped out like a fragile whisper. Fine, she said, her voice cracking. I'll do it. I'll marry you. Ethan's grip tightened, relief flickering across his face. Though he kept his composure, Alice looked away quickly, afraid of what she might see in his eyes if she lingered too long. Her chest felt heavy, but something inside her loosened at the same time, as if a lifetime of loneliness had just shifted. Even if slightly, she told herself it was reluctant, that she was only agreeing because he wouldn't let her go. She told herself it was foolish, that this would only end in heartbreak, but deep inside, a part of her, small and scared, longed for the possibility that maybe, just maybe, he meant every word. Chapter 12. The day of the wedding arrived far too quickly for Alice. She had spent nights turning and tossing, wishing for more time, more air, more space to breathe. But time had a cruel way of pushing her forward, whether she was ready or not. The Norma mansion was draped in flowers and white silk ribbons. Photographers hovered outside the gates, their flashes capturing every detail of the grand event. Guests in tailored suits and glittering dresses filled the hall, all whispering about the union between the Osman heir and the youngest Norman daughter. The whispers carried two sharp edges. For some, it was a union of power and wealth, a bond that would unite two influential families. For others, it was gossip. Why Alice? Why the forgotten daughter, the girl who always wore a mask? Alice stood in her room upstairs, clutching her bouquet so tightly the stems dug into her palms. Her mask, delicate and white, covered the upper half of her face. The lace edges pressed against her skin, reminding her of the barrier she still needed to survive this world. Fatima, the seamstress who had come to help her, dabbed at her eyes with a handkerchief. "You look beautiful, my dear. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise." Alice's lips trembled into a small smile, but doubt weighed heavily in her chest. Her sisters had made their rounds earlier that morning, slipping into her room one by one, not to wish her well but to remind her that she didn't deserve what was happening. Arabella smirked that Ethan must have been tricked. Nova whispered that Alice looked like a child playing dress-up. Crystal told her outright that she'd embarrassed their family in front of the Osmonds. Their voices still rang in Alice's ears when the music began downstairs. Signaling her time to walk the aisle, her knees almost gave way. Katie, her loyal assistant and friend, gently held her arm. "Breathe, Alice. He's waiting for you." Alice took a deep breath, willing her trembling legs to carry her. The double doors opened. The crowd rose to their feet as she stepped into the hall. For a moment, the whispers hushed, and all eyes fell on her. Alice's heart pounded in her chest, but then she saw him. Ethan, tall and sure, was standing at the altar in a perfectly tailored suit. His dark almond eyes locked on her, and in them, she found a steadiness she didn't know she needed. Her steps grew lighter with each one she took toward him. It was as though the world narrowed, the judgmental eyes fading away until it was just the two of them. When she finally reached him, Ethan extended his hand. She hesitated only a second before slipping hers into his. His palm was warm, his grip firm, and a jolt of something ran through her. Safety, maybe even belonging. The priest's voice droned on, reciting the words that had been spoken at countless weddings before, but Alice could barely hear them. She kept her eyes on Ethan, who looked at her with such intensity it made her chest ache. "You look breathtaking," he whispered softly so only she could hear. Her lips parted, surprise flickering in her eyes. She shook her head ever so slightly. "Don't say that." "I don't look, you do," he interrupted firmly, his thumb brushing against her hand. "You're my everything." Her breath caught. The words sank into her bones, warmer than the sun, more powerful than the weight of every cruel word she had ever endured. She blinked rapidly, fighting the sting of tears. The ceremony went on. Vows were exchanged. Rings slid onto trembling fingers. Alice's voice shook as she repeated her part, but Ethan's voice was steady, strong, carrying his promise like it was etched into his soul. When the priest finally declared them husband and wife, the hall erupted in applause. Cameras flashed. Guests clapped and smiled. Alice barely noticed any of it. Her whole world had narrowed to Ethan pulling her close, his lips brushing hers in a kiss that was soft yet certain. It wasn't just a kiss of formality. It was a claim, a promise, a confession of everything words couldn't capture. Alice's knees weakened, and she held onto him for balance, letting herself sink into the moment. For the first time in her life, she didn't feel invisible. The celebration that followed was grand and loud. Guests congratulated them, glasses of champagne were raised, and speeches were made, but Alice barely heard any of it. She stuck close to Ethan, her hand tucked into his, her heart still reeling from his whispered words at the altar. When the festivities finally began to thin, Ethan guided her away from the noise. They slipped through the back garden, lanterns casting soft glows along the paths. The night was quiet compared to the chaos inside, the air cool and calming. Alice let out a long breath she didn't know she'd been holding. That was overwhelming. Ethan glanced at her, a small smile tugging at his lips. "You did beautifully." I felt like I was about to faint half the time, she admitted. Hugging herself, maybe. But you stood there with more grace and strength than anyone else in that room. Her eyes softened, a flush creeping up her cheeks beneath the mask. You're always saying things I don't believe about myself, because you've been taught the wrong things about yourself, Ethan said, his tone serious now. And I'm going to spend the rest of my life proving that to you. Her throat tightened. She turned her gaze toward the roses lining the path, blinking back tears. How could someone like him see so much in someone like her? They walked in silence for a moment, the soft crunch of gravel under their shoes filling the air. Then Ethan stopped, turning to face her fully. There's something I need to tell you, he said quietly. Alice frowned, tilting her head. What is it? His eyes searched hers, and for the first time all day, she saw hesitation in him. He looked almost nervous. I should have told you sooner. I should have told you before we stood at that altar. But I was afraid. Afraid you'd push me away. Her heart skipped. Ethan, what are you talking about? He took a breath, steadying himself. Alice, I'm not just the man you've come to know these past months. I'm the boy you once knew. The boy you defended in high school when no one else would. The boy you shared your lunch with. The boy who promised he'd always be by your side. Alice froze. Her bouquet slipped slightly in her hand. Her breath caught in her throat. Her eyes widened behind the mask, her pulse racing as the pieces began to click into place. The familiar warmth in his voice, the way he looked at her as if he had known her all his life, it wasn't just in her imagination. Ethan's hand lifted slowly, almost pleading. It's me, Alice. I'm Ethan. You're Ethan. Chapter 13. The mansion was grand, filled with tall ceilings, glittering chandeliers, and rooms so wide they could echo. Yet despite all the beauty around her, Alice felt trapped. It had been 2 weeks since Ethan revealed the truth to her in the garden. 2 weeks since he had said the words that shattered the fragile trust she had begun to build. You're my Ethan. The boy from high school. The confession should have been something joyful. A reunion after years of separation, but to Alice, it felt like betrayal. He had known who she was from the beginning, and he had kept it from her. While she had struggled, second-guessing her worth and wondering if she deserved the marriage, he had stayed silent. Watching her walk blindly into a future she barely understood, the silence between them was deafening now. Alice moved quietly through the halls, often taking routes that avoided him altogether. If he was in the living room, she lingered upstairs. If he entered the dining room, she excused herself with a muttered headache. At night, she chose the far side of the bed, pulling the covers close to herself, her back turned to him. Ethan, for all his strength and confidence, looked defeated in those moments. She could feel it even without looking at him, the heaviness in his sighs, the way he shifted as though wanting to reach for her but stopping himself. Alice told herself she was protecting her heart. That distance was safer than letting him in again. But every time she caught a glimpse of him, his tired eyes, his hand running through his hair in frustration, her chest ached. One morning, Alice sat by the tall windows of the reading room, a book open in her lap, but the words were blurring before her. She stared outside at the garden, the sunlight casting gold over the roses. Katie entered quietly, placing a tray of tea on the small table beside her. You've hardly eaten these days, Katie said gently. Alice forced a smile. I'm not hungry. You've been saying that every day for the past week, Katie pressed, folding her arms. This isn't good for you. Alice's gaze dropped back to the book. I just don't feel like sitting across from him. I don't know what I'd say. Katie's eyes softened. He regrets keeping the truth from you, Alice. He hasn't stopped trying to talk to you. That doesn't erase what he did, Alice said sharply, then winced at her own tone. Lowering her voice, she added, it doesn't erase the fact that I trusted him and he didn't trust me enough to tell me the truth. Katie hesitated, then reached out and placed a hand over Alice's. Maybe he was scared. Maybe he thought he'd lose you if he told you too soon. Alice didn't answer. She simply closed the book and stood, walking past Katie and leaving the tea untouched. Downstairs, Ethan stood in the foyer, his suit jacket unbuttoned, his tie loose as though he had been pacing. His eyes immediately found hers when she descended the stairs, but Alice looked away, brushing past him. "Alice," his voice was low, strained. She paused only for a second before continuing toward the front door. "Alice, please," he tried again, his hand brushing her arm but dropping when she stiffened. "You can't keep shutting me out like this. We need to talk." Her steps faltered, but she didn't turn. "What's left to talk about? You lied to me." For months, his jaw tightened. "I didn't lie, I withheld the truth because I was afraid. You were already carrying so much pain. I thought if you knew I was that boy, it would confuse things, maybe even hurt you more." Alice turned then, her eyes flashing. "You think finding out on my wedding day that my husband was my only friend from high school, the one who left me without a word, didn't hurt me? You think that was better?" The hall fell silent. Ethan's lips parted, but no words came. For once, he didn't have an answer. Alice shook her head, her voice trembling now. "Do you know how many nights I cried after you left? Do you know how hard it was to believe in anyone again? And then you came back, not as Ethan but as Luca, and I started trusting you all over again, only to find out you were the same person who had abandoned me. Tell me, how is that not betrayal?" Ethan flinched, his hands balling into fists at his sides. His voice was rough when he finally spoke. "I never abandoned you. I was forced to move. I wanted to stay in touch, but life got in the way. And when I saw you again after so many years, wearing that mask, hiding from the world, I realized how much pain you carried. I didn't want to overwhelm you with the truth. I wanted to ease my way back into your life." Her throat tightened, but she forced herself to keep her chin high. "Well, you failed. You should have been honest from the start." And with that, she turned and walked out the door, leaving him standing alone in the echo of the empty hall. The following days dragged on in the same rhythm. Alice avoided him. Ethan tried to bridge the gap but was met with cold walls. At night, he sat at the edge of the bed, staring at her back. Sometimes his hand would hover above her shoulder as if he wanted to touch her, but then he would retreat, the weight of her silence pressing down on him. In the mornings, Alice would wake early to escape to the garden, sipping tea among the roses before he came downstairs. She buried herself in her work, attending meetings and designing for her company, anything to keep her mind occupied. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't stop the ache in her chest. She missed him, the man who had laughed with her, brought her lunches, and whispered that she was his everything. She hated that part of her still longed for him. Ethan, on the other hand, was unraveling quietly. His parents had noticed the tension, his staff had grown cautious around the house, and even his closest friends could see the strain. But he said nothing. He carried the guilt like a chain, knowing he was responsible for this. One evening, Daniel Osman found his son sitting alone in the study, a glass of untouched whiskey before him. "You look like hell," Daniel said bluntly. Taking a seat across from him, Ethan didn't look up. "I feel like it." Daniel leaned back, studying him. "It's about your wife, isn't it?" Ethan let out a dry laugh. "You could say that, then fix it," Daniel said simply. Ethan finally raised his eyes, tired but determined. "I'm trying. But how do you fix something when the person you love won't even look at you?" Daniel's expression softened slightly. "Then stop trying to talk. Show her. Remind her of why she fell for you. Do something that proves she can still trust you." Ethan sat in silence for a long moment, his father's words sinking in. Then slowly, he nodded, resolve hardening in his eyes. The next morning, Alice sat at her vanity, brushing her hair. Her mask rested on the table, ready to be returned to its usual place. She had just finished tying her scarf when Katie knocked and entered. "There's a delivery for you," Katie said with a knowing smile. Alice frowned. "A delivery?" Katie handed her a small box tied with a silver ribbon. From your husband, Alice's heart thudded. She hesitated before opening it, revealing a delicate necklace inside. It was simple, a silver chain with a charm shaped like a minor key. Her fingers trembled as she lifted it. A folded note lay beneath. This isn't just a gift. It's a promise. A key to the places I've been keeping hidden. Tonight, let me show you. Please. Alice swallowed hard, her chest tightening. She wanted to throw it back at him, to tell him gifts couldn't erase the pain. But instead, she closed the box and placed it on her dresser, staring at it for a long time. That evening, Ethan stood on the balcony outside their room, looking out at the city lights. His phone buzzed in his pocket, and he pulled it out. A message from his assistant appeared. Everything is ready. She'll see it tonight. Ethan's lips curved into the smallest smile, the first in weeks. He slipped his phone back into his pocket and whispered to himself, "Tonight, Alice, I'll win back your trust, no matter what it takes." Chapter 14. The air between Alice and Ethan had been heavy for weeks, filled with silence, tension, and all the words that were left unsaid. Alice tried to tell herself she didn't care anymore, that she could go on with her life without ever letting him in again. But deep inside, she knew she wasn't being honest with herself. Every glance at him still made her chest tighten. Every time she heard his voice, even in passing, her heart betrayed her. And Ethan? He was unraveling more each day. The strong, confident man who once commanded boardrooms and meetings now looked like a man walking on broken glass, every step careful, every word strained. He had tried to reach out, making small gestures. Flowers left by her bedside, dinners arranged that she never attended, a note slipped under her door, but nothing had worked. Alice's walls were too high, her pain too raw, but tonight was different. Tonight, Ethan decided he could not go another day hiding how much she meant to him. He had planned something simple but deeply personal, something that stripped away the wealth, the mansions, the power. Alice found herself standing at the threshold of the old study in the mansion. She had been led there by Katie, who only smiled knowingly and whispered, "Just go inside." Candles softly lit the room, their warm glow dancing along the shelves of books and the polished wooden desk. On the wall, a projector displayed a picture. Alice froze. It was a photograph, grainy, a little faded, but unmistakable. It was her and Ethan in high school, sitting under a tree with their lunches spread out between them. She remembered that day. The day she had punched the bully and shared her food with him. Her breath caught. "Do you remember?" Ethan's voice came from behind her, low and uncertain. She turned slowly to find him standing by the doorway, hands in his pockets, his expression vulnerable. He was dressed casually tonight, no suit, no tie, just a simple shirt with the sleeves rolled up. For once, he didn't look like the CEO everyone feared and respected. He looked like Ethan, the boy she once knew. Alice swallowed hard. "Why are you showing me this?" "Because I need you to understand," he said, taking a step closer. "I need you to know that I've never stopped loving you." Her heart slammed against her chest, but she forced her voice to stay steady. Don't say things like that now. You kept your identity from me. You let me feel betrayed, Ethan. I know," he admitted instantly, pain flickering across his face. "And I'll regret that for the rest of my life. But Alice, I kept it from you not because I wanted to deceive you, but because I was scared. Scared that if you knew, you'd shut me out before I even had the chance to prove that I was still the same boy who cared about you." Alice's hands trembled at her sides. She hated how her body reacted to his words, how her heart ached to believe him. "You should have trusted me. You're right," he said, his voice breaking slightly. "I should have. But I didn't trust myself. I didn't trust that I deserved a second chance with you after leaving you all those years ago. Her eyes snapped to his. You did leave me, Ethan flinched but nodded. I did. Not by choice, Alice. My father moved us to another state, and I was too young, too helpless to stop it. I promised I'd stay in touch, but life got in the way, and I failed you. That failure has haunted me ever since. Do you know how many times I thought of you? How many nights I stared at my phone, wanting to call but terrified you hated me? You were my only real friend, Alice. You were the first person who looked at me and didn't see weakness, or fat, or shame. You saw me. You cared. And I never stopped loving you for that. Alice's throat tightened, tears stinging her eyes despite her efforts to hold them back. She shook her head, whispering, You can't just say these things after everything. It's not fair. Ethan moved closer now, slowly, as though afraid she'd run if he approached too fast. His voice was firm but filled with raw emotion. It's not about fair. It's about truth. The truth is, I've loved you since the moment you punched that bully in the face and handed me half your sandwich. The truth is, I've carried you in my heart through every success, every failure, every lonely night. When I saw you again, behind that mask, hiding from the world, I knew I couldn't lose you twice. I kept the secret too long, yes, but Alice, I need you to hear me now. I love you. I have always loved you. The room spun around her. She had waited so long to hear those words, in some secret part of her heart, yet now that they were spoken, they terrified her. She didn't know if she could trust them. You're saying this because you feel guilty, she whispered. No, he said, his eyes blazing with sincerity. I'm saying this because it's the only truth I have left. Strip away the money, the company, the marriage arrangement, none of it matters. What matters is you. You've always been the reason I fought, the reason I became the man I am today. Alice, you're my everything. Her tears finally spilled, sliding hot down her cheeks. She turned her face away, trying to steady her breathing, but Ethan gently reached out, his fingers hovering just near her arm. He didn't touch her yet, waiting for her permission. Please, he whispered. Give me one more chance. I'll spend the rest of my life proving that I'll never betray you again. Alice's chest heaved with the storm inside her. She wanted to scream, to run, to throw every memory at him like weapons. But she also wanted to collapse into his arms, to believe that maybe, just maybe, he meant every word. Her silence stretched on. The only sound the soft crackle of the candles. Ethan's shoulders sagged, his voice breaking. If you can't forgive me, I'll understand, but don't doubt my love for you. Not now, not ever. Something in his tone, in the way his eyes shone with desperation, broke through the last wall she had built. Alice's legs felt weak, and before she realized it, she took a step closer. Ethan, she whispered, her voice trembling, his breath caught. Yes? For a long moment, she said nothing, tears running freely down her cheeks. Then slowly, with a shaky breath, she reached for his hand. His fingers closed around hers instantly, warm and strong, and that single touch ignited something she thought she had buried. Her lips trembled as she looked up into his eyes. I can't promise it will be easy. I can't promise I won't still be hurt. But I don't want to lose you again. Ethan's eyes widened, hope flooding them. Alice. She swallowed hard, her voice breaking. So if you're asking for another chance, I'll give it. Before she could say another word, Ethan cupped her face in his hands, and for the first time in years, their lips met in a kiss, deep, desperate, and filled with every unsaid word between them. Alice clutched at his shirt, her tears mixing with the kiss, her heart breaking and healing all at once. It wasn't just a kiss. It was forgiveness, surrender, and love all tangled together. Chapter 15. The night felt heavier than usual, yet somehow softer too. The walls of the bedroom carried a silence that wasn't suffocating anymore, but almost tender, like the calm after a storm. Alice lay in Ethan's arms, her head resting against his chest. His steady heartbeat thumped beneath her ear, grounding her in a way she hadn't felt in years. The kiss they shared earlier still lingered between them, an invisible thread binding their souls. For so long, she had pushed him away, hiding behind layers of mistrust, fear, and the mask that shielded her from the world. But now, with the warmth of his embrace surrounding her, she felt something shift inside her, a fragile courage urging her to tell him the truth. Finally, Ethan's arm wrapped tightly around her waist, as though afraid she might slip away again. His hand moved slowly, brushing strands of her curly hair away from her face. He didn't speak. He didn't push. He only held her, giving her the space to breathe, to gather herself. Alice let out a shaky sigh. "Ethan, there's something I need to tell you." His chest rose under her cheek, but he remained silent, waiting. She pulled back slightly, enough to look into his eyes. In the dim glow of the bedside lamp, she saw them clearly, those almond-shaped eyes full of patience and longing. For a second, she almost lost her nerve, but she had carried the weight of her story for too long, and tonight, she wanted to set it free. "You've always wondered about the mask," she began quietly. "Why do I never take it off? Why I cling to it even when I'm at home? The truth is, it's not just a habit. It's not just about privacy. It's because I don't believe I'm beautiful enough to face the world without it." Her voice cracked on the last word. She blinked rapidly, fighting the tears that threatened to spill. Ethan's brows furrowed, his hold on her tightening. "Alice," she shook her head, stopping him before he could say more. "Let me finish, please." He nodded reluctantly, his jaw tense, his eyes never leaving hers. She took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling with the weight of her memories. "Ever since I was a little girl, I was reminded every single day that I wasn't enough. My sisters made sure of it. Arabella, Nova, Crystal. They would laugh at me, mock my skin, my hair, my eyes. They called me names. They told me no one would ever love me. And my parents, they didn't even try to stop it. To them, I was invisible. The disappointment. The one who wasn't worth showing to the world." Her tears finally spilled, warm and heavy as they slid down her cheeks. Ethan reached up instinctively to wipe them away, but she pressed on. "The acne only made things worse. My skin was never like theirs, smooth and fair. Mine was darker, full of scars that took years to fade. My hair, curly and thick, wasn't like theirs either. And my eyes." She hesitated, her fingers trembling as she touched the mask still lying discarded on the nightstand. "These eyes with their different colors. They said it made me look strange, cursed, ugly." Her breath hitched as she whispered the word, her body trembling in his arms. Ethan's expression shifted, a storm brewing in his features. But he remained quiet, letting her continue. "So I learned to hide. At first, I used my hair and my glasses. Then later, the mask. And when I wore it, I didn't have to see the disgust in their faces. I didn't have to hear their laughter. The mask gave me power, Ethan. It gave me the courage to step outside, to build my company, to create something the world couldn't ignore. Because when they looked at me with the mask, they saw success. Not the girl my family said was worthless." Her voice cracked again, and this time Ethan couldn't stop himself. He pulled her closer, one hand cupping the back of her head as though to shield her from the very memories that haunted her. She buried her face in his chest, sobs escaping against his shirt. Ethan's jaw clenched as he stared at the ceiling, fury boiling inside him. He could almost see them, her sisters, her parents, the people who should have cherished her but instead shattered her spirit. His arms tightened protectively around her, his heart aching with every broken word she uttered. "I believed them, Ethan," she whispered against him. "All these years I believed them that I was ugly, that I didn't deserve love. That's why I never let anyone in. Because I thought, if even my own family couldn't love me, who else would?" Ethan pulled back slightly, enough to tilt her chin up so she would look at him. His eyes blazed with intensity, his voice firm but tender. They were wrong, Alice. Every single one of them was wrong. She shook her head, her tears falling harder. But what if they weren't? What if they were right all along? What if I'm just a girl hiding behind a mask, afraid of what people will see? Ethan's chest tightened at her words. He leaned forward, pressing his forehead against hers, his voice low and fierce. You're not just a girl hiding behind a mask. You're the strongest, most brilliant woman I've ever known. You built an empire with your own two hands, Alice. You've inspired millions with your games, your creativity, and your courage. And you did all that while carrying the scars your family left on you. That doesn't make you weak. That makes you extraordinary. Alice trembled beneath the weight of his words, her tears slowing as she looked into his eyes. For the first time, she saw no pity there, no hesitation, only raw, unshakable love. But Ethan wasn't done. His anger simmered, spilling into his words as he held her close. And as for your family, his voice hardened, his tone sharp. I hate them for what they did to you. For every cruel word, for every time they made you feel less than you are. They don't deserve you, Alice. They don't deserve a single piece of your heart. If I could, I'd erase every one of their voices from your memory and replace them with mine, telling you how perfect you are. Alice's lips parted, her breath catching at the raw passion in his voice. Her fingers tightened on his shirt, as though clinging to him, afraid he might disappear. Ethan lowered his voice, gentler now, filled with something deeper than rage. You've spent your whole life believing lies, Alice. Let me show you the truth. He leaned closer, his lips brushing her damp cheeks where her tears had fallen. Soft, reverent kisses traced the lines of her scars, the faint reminders of the acne she once carried. He kissed each one slowly, deliberately, as though blessing every mark she thought made her unworthy. Alice's body shook with quiet sobs, but this time they weren't from pain. They were from the overwhelming tenderness of his touch. The way he worshipped the very parts of herself she had learned to hate. Her hand rose shakily, tangling in his hair as he moved lower, pressing a kiss to her jaw, her temple, then the corner of her lips. His voice came in a whisper, husky with emotion. You're perfect.